Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial in automotive design exterior rendering. My name is Arturo Ariño. I am from Mexico City. I studied industrial design. I had the chance to work for some automotive brands, which are like Mercedes and BMW. I will explain you a little bit of my settings right now. If you go to the Wacom preferences, you will see I have everything pretty much standard. Right now I'm charging it. I'm right-handed. I have here the standard buttons. Honestly, I don't use these buttons pretty much. So if you go to the pen, the only thing that I have changed actually is I have disabled the top button because I touch it with my finger and I don't like that. And I made the right click on the bottom button here. So this way I can really just make right clicks wherever I want. And of course the right click in Photoshop is default for brush settings. So anyways, I don't want to waste more time in these settings. As for Photoshop, I got the painting mode here, right here, and I took away the brushes. This is because it's more space for the layers. I only have the navigator and the layers. And so if I right click, I get the brushes here. So for me, it doesn't make sense to have them here and here. But anyways, this is like a taste thing. So if you really want it, have your Photoshop however you feel comfortable with. So for the shortcuts, let's see. For the shortcuts, I have everything standard. So I haven't even modified Photoshop. If you put your arrow here, you will see that P is for path, the O is for dodge tool, and the ones that I use the most will be brush, which is B, and E, letter E for the eraser. So I hope you have some Photoshop knowledge before watching this tutorial, because I will be using the keyboard and I will be also using shortcuts like Command T or Control T to transform, or Command U to hue, saturation, etc. I have also made a shortcut. This is the only one that I have made in actions. It's to flip canvas. So if you have, let's say for example, an arrow here, and you press F1, in my case, I will flip the canvas horizontally. This is the same if you go to image and flip canvas horizontal. So I just made it a shortcut because I flip it pretty often, especially when I'm drawing, not too much when I'm rendering. But anyways, let's delete this. So as my way of working, which I would never say is the way of working, it's just my way of working, as much as everybody has a lot of ways of working, is I'm a layer freak. I use layers for everything, so you will see the file will be I don't know, 200 layers maybe. I don't know. I haven't started, so it's just a surprise. I use a lot of paths and a lot of selections. So everybody has its own style. I will show you mine. I hope you like it. I normally, what I use is I say, for example, use this, and then I use the paths. So I press P and I drag a path, more or less like this, right? And then I make a new layer and I select. For selecting, I just press Control or Command in the Mac and click. You will see it changes when you press Control, so click. So you select the work path, and this way you can get your path selected, and then you just do this and select and inverse. So For inverse, it will be Shift Control or Shift Command I, inverse selection, and I will get this. So eraser and soft eraser, and do this just real quick. So this is more or less what I wanted to show. It's more or less my way of working. I wanted to show you guys before I continue working on the tutorial, because I don't want to just surprise you and start doing things really crazy or I don't know. So anyways, this is more or less how I work. It's layers, it's paths, and everything mixed together. I use, like I told you, I use a lot of commands. This would be to merge layers, and this Control T to transform. So you can start transforming, making a rock. But this is not what it's about. So this is just the introduction, and I will take you to chapter 2, will be selecting the sketches. Okay, so for chapter 2, this will be selecting the sketches, basically. So I did a few sketches, a few thumbnails. I went a little bit. I wanted to do something different that what we do at work. So, you know, always as a kid, you dream to design the ultimate supercar or just a racing car or something like that. So I wanted to go also a little bit more conceptual, not in a crazy way where I'm going to design a flying car, but something that challenges you, and it's not something like I could have copied just another car, you know, just to copy a picture and render it. So I wanted something that maybe special for this tutorial. So I started making some thumbnails, and I started going through some faces, and this is more or less what it ended up being, the style of the car that I wanted. So I made this whole page. I recommend you, like, if you're drawing, try to scan more or less the key sketches or the sketches that you think that will help you form your design in a better way. So for me, these were more or less the key sketches. I did maybe another page of other sketches that I screw up, but these are more or less the sketches that I wanted. So here I got something that I pretty much like. Please try to imagine this is just a ballpoint sketch, really, how can I explain that? Really small. I will put this where I have some pictures that I've taken with my phone, so you can see more or less the size. It's an A4 paper, and this is a pen, so you can see the scale. And this is more or less the sketches that I was working on. The front was too busy. I kind of redo something with the front, and this is something that I was starting to like. Something that for me it's like a body part all over that sits on top of maybe a carbon fiber body, or who knows. I think we will have fun with this. Just as an advice, maybe if you like, I would just go and make a new layer and do something with this so it doesn't look so empty. But this is not this will not be what the tutorial will be about, but just I wanted to tell you guys that you can actually just do something real quick, pick a brush and maybe divide materials, or say, for example, this is a, this will be my windshield or my windows or my greenhouse. So I don't know, picking a random brush. I'm also not a really big fan of the custom brushes, actually, just and try to go to multiply to pop out the lines. And yeah, just try to make your sketch pop a little. Try to really quick, don't waste too much time. Something really quick that can get you some kind of result. Maybe maybe I will add another layer and do something really big, multiply, and then I will go and just erase this, something like that. And maybe just take a soft eraser and kind of, so you see this, if you make it to, try to make it to the sketches that you want people to see. So say, for example, this guy here is a key sketch, right? So this guy will maybe deserves a little bit of popping out, or a little bit of attention. So you see, something really quick. Then maybe going this way, and so this way I can actually represent my idea. My idea, as I explained, it was just a body part sitting on top. I haven't defined any colors or anything yet. Just real quick, go black and white, and I don't know. Try to think about a body part that sits on top of another body part or car platform. So yeah, this is basically it. I will go a little bit, put a little bit of light here. So as you can see, I'm using B for brush, E for eraser. That's more or less everything that I needed in this case. I don't want to get complicated. I don't want to do anything more than that. So here it is. You see, it's a bit popping out from the others. If you want, you can actually Command L, make it a little bit darker so it pops out. But anyways, so this is a sketch selection. I went through, I mean, it's not an exhaustive process when you enjoy it, so I just did a few sketches. This is something that I really liked, so I decided to just take a picture with my phone. Didn't even scan it. Also this, but this one is the one I like the most for this tutorial. Actually, I like the whole perspective around it. I like proportions, and I like that it's like a future racing car. So then I cleaned it up with my pencil brush, which is not more than just a really hard brush, and new layer. Sorry, I was in eraser. So yeah, this is it. Okay, so as you can see here, this guy, this used to be the dirty work, I did some stuff here with the spoiler, stuff I didn't like much. I did the roof a little bit higher. I didn't know if I was going with this Le Mans fins or if I was going with something more or less fancy. I didn't do the wheels because I know I was going to do them with ellipses when I cleaned up. So I started cleaning up, and this was the result from this, which was actually a little bit bigger. Yeah. To this. But I normally don't get to this cleaning point when I'm rendering my cars alone. But I wanted in this tutorial to, try to make all the shapes pretty understandable, so you guys can understand it and understand how the form is going and how will affect the light and the shadow when we're rendering. So anyways, this is the car that we will be using in this tutorial. And for the image size, I wanted to go here because I want you to see the image size that I have right now. So this is what we have as in the canvas, and in pixels these are the measures. In inches, in case you use inches, so you have more or less the idea of the size of the paper, and in centimeters. So about the resolution, I use 200 pixels per inch. I never go back to 300 because it almost looks the same and it makes the computer much slower. For now, we're talking about something that is actually 60 centimeters long. That means 23 inches long, and it's long enough, and the resolution is quite good. So I wanted you to know more or less the format that we're working. As for the size, try to keep the canvas or the car something to breathe, some space so it can breathe. I'm taking this distance right here. I'm taking this distance right here. So you can always crop. So if you want it to be like this, then you crop it like this. So it doesn't matter. But don't try to start like this, because if you need background or if you need anything else, or if you, I don't know, maybe you just want to do a cover photo for your Facebook or whatever, then you need some large canvas to work on. It looks a lot better when it has some space to breathe in. So this is more or less my recommendation for this part. We are on part 2 now. So okay, try to take a rest for now, and try to also, if you want, try to practice what we've seen. Sketch a lot, and we'll get started with chapter 3, and I think it will be nice to see how this guy ends up. So see you guys chapter 3. Alright guys, so chapter 3, color blocking. We have here our car again, and we will start to organize stuff. So try to be really organized when you're doing this. I will just set up these layers. I like to call this layer lines, right? Because it's my car lines. And so the way I like to do this, first of all, don't worry about the colors, because the colors can always be changed. So I like to work in black and white first, because it gives you a lot of tonal value. when you're working. You have all the way from black to white. You have a lot of tones. It's not the same that is you if you have it in red, for example. You will have red. It's becoming yellowish, and it's becoming, if you go darker, then it's becoming like this wine color, and then if I go lighter, it becomes pink. So when you work in gray, you have all this tonal value, but it will always be black and white. So first of all, that's the way I do it. Again, you will hear me repeat this a lot of times. You don't have to do it this way. This is just the way I do it. And if you feel more comfortable doing it in another way, then feel free. Okay, so back to organizing this. I will make a new layer, and I will go to paths and make a new path. If you're not familiar with paths, if I don't do a new path right now, you go to the pen and I start doing a path, it tells me it's a work path. So the problem with this is that you've got this work path here, and if I unselect and then go again and do another, it will automatically erase the other work path and do this. So what you have to do is, first of all, erase this guy, make a new one, and call it. So this one we're going to call it, I don't know, maybe we call it full exterior. Sorry, I'm working with caps locks. Alright, so then we're going to start lowering the opacity of our lines, and I will click here on the lock just to lock the layer. Don't edit the lines so easy. If I need to edit, then I can unlock it, but I would like to start it like this. So then we start building our paths. Again, this is personal taste. I like to do it like this. Some people like to do like random tack, 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 and then go to the arrows and edit the path. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm also a lot into 3D modeling, so I like to have the right curves from the beginning. So please take in mind that when you're building a car, you have to know that there are no straight lines. So the thing with this is that you never get a straight line in a car. It's really difficult to get, and it doesn't look right because it messes up with the highlights. So cars, if you take a closer look to cars, they never have straight lines. They are always curved in some kind of tension. So this kind of tension is what I want to keep doing while I'm doing my paths. Okay. Also try to correct my sketching lines that are a little bit fluffy because of my poles, or a little bit bumpy. So this way, this is not something I like. I would like to make it rounder so it catches a nice light. So we are like this. We're gonna block out the tires with another layer and another color, so you can easily skip this. Go, let's see, we go like this. Yeah, great. And then just getting there. So you can see here, this is also not a straight line. So cars don't have straight lines. Try to make it like some tension in between, like I said before. And we're gonna skip the wheel. We're gonna go up a little bit and then go back here. Okay. So this one is a difficult one, just because it's ending up the path. Okay. So now what we have is our full exterior path. So if I select this, I go to the layer and paint bucket, and I would like to choose maybe a darker color just to see it. Okay, so this is the way I will block everything out. First of all, try to, for now, divide it as colors and materials. Don't get too busy with all the lightning and all that stuff. We're gonna see that in the next chapter. So for now, try blocking out your car and try to separate more or less material wise. Don't get too focused on lines or stuff like that. So I'm gonna build a new path, and we're gonna make the wheels real quick. The way I do the wheels, because they're ellipses, so you get almost this feeling. Okay. You always have to be careful with the ellipse direction, because it messes up all your perspective. So just try to match it out. Okay, so something like this. What we're doing right now is the wheel arch, so I'm not focusing that much on the wheel. It's just a wheel arch. So let's call it wheel arch. And block it out. So we're gonna make a new layer, and we're gonna go to darker color and block out the wheel arches. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is go back here and do the same. Try to pick up on the same path. I know I will not be able to do this, because if I transform, oh no, it's okay. It's okay for now. Let's see. So this is gonna be our other wheel, and just block it out. Now we have blocked out this, we have blocked out this. You may notice that here it looks kind of funny, because it's not in the right place. So what you can do is come with the path tool and make it perfect. But we're gonna just wait a little bit with that, and we're gonna keep on blocking our stuff. So just take away this guy and new path. Let's call it black. So what we're gonna have is the material that is black, which is all this. I mean, right now I'm imagining it black, so maybe it turns into some carbon fiber texture, or it turns into something else. Maybe I like different body color or something. But I definitely want some contrast in between these parts. So we'll go like this and try to block out the black. Okay. So we're gonna go here and go here. Again, no straight lines. I know it's just a little detail or a little stuff right there, but at the end it makes a difference when you see the whole car. So just try to keep it like that. We're going to try to go all the way here. No straight line. All right. So this will be our black part in the scythe. Let's select that, make a new layer, put it behind the wheels, and make it darker. Okay. I don't know if I want to make this whole thing black, but we will see. This is also, I mean, we're doing it on the go, so a lot of things might change for sure. So for now, I'm thinking I will have this as a carbon fiber spoiler. Let's go zoom in a little bit. And try to see the big picture here. Okay, let's go like this. This doesn't mean you have to respect your paths like by the book. I mean, you have to be able to improvise and get used to it, because you will always like things on the line work, and then when you put some colors or some highlights and shadows, you're gonna notice that it's not what you wanted to represent on the sketch or what you wanted to sell. So just the paths are just to help us. We'll go something like this. All right. Okay. So in the same layer, but in a different path, we're gonna put the front. Let's call it, I don't know, front spoiler. Okay. So we're gonna make a new path called greenhouse, because this will be the greenhouse part of the car, obviously. So all the way, trying to see what will I do if I go all the way here, or if I go through the window, but I'm thinking I'll go to the window just because I want this to be a different material thing or feature. It's not going to be a chrome or something like that because this is like a future racing car. So basically right now in 2016 we're resolving everything with chromes when it doesn't look good, and racing cars don't have chromes, so gotta think about the weight. So it will maybe an earth coupe, or who knows, air intake. I'm thinking that right now, but maybe it's just a different surface. So we'll go like this. I know if you're not used to paths, at the beginning it must be difficult to control this line work, and you get weird S shapes, but the more you practice, the better you'll get, that's for sure. So, alright, so this will be our greenhouse, and let's fill it in. This is what we have right now. So I'm not very sure on what's gonna happen here. I think I will go to this path on the black part, black scythe. It's called black scythe, so I don't get confused. Always, like I say, always try to keep some kind of order in your files, even though it maybe is not the best. I'm trying to do it the best for you in this tutorial because I'm giving you the file at the end. So I'm kind of trying to do the best, but I'm not always disorganized with my personal files. And I tend to work a bit faster. All right. So we're having this maybe going to be also black. Okay, I definitely like it more. Not pretty sure about this front yet. Maybe this will go body color or something, but for now I think we're in a good way. So if we if we go back to our layers, we also try to organize a little bit more of the layers. So you will get this layer will be called body, and this layer will be called black parts maybe, and let's see, this one is the greenhouse, and this one will be the wheels. Again, know that everything is going to change, and it will change, but for now it's good to keep it organized. So you got your base stuff. Now this, I will get it into a group, Control G or Command G, and let's call it base group. Okay, so then you got your base a little bit more organized. Let's see, there is something that is bothering me here, and it's that this guy's got no thickness. So you can see it looks like it's gonna break. So what we can do right now is, this guy is the body color, right? So we will go, make sure we're not selecting any paths, and we will give it some thickness, some shadow maybe. So this way I will select this part, and in black parts I will erase this. So then we get this shadowy thing, and this looks more resistant. What else can we do? We can keep blocking out. We're gonna do headlamps. Again, just prepare for changing. This is always evolving. So right now these are the headlamps. Can be changed. So we make a new layer all the way on top, and we block this one with a lighter color. Again, with this way, this guy here will be our headlamp. Okay, so we've got this. We can also make a new path and make it like blackouts. Blackouts. This one will be headlamp. White. Okay, headlamp. And our blackouts. What do I mean with the blackouts? These guys, that you know they're fully black, at least for now, until they catch some light at the end, but okay. Go to full black. What else is gonna be blackout? This guy here. It's definitely gonna be blacked out. We're in a good layer. And this guy, we're gonna let it go because it's not, you don't see the blackout in perspective here, or you will see something really, really small, but you're gonna have to shadow all this, and let's see at the end how it looks. But for now, I know that maybe here we're gonna have something. No, also I will leave it like that. So let's go with the wheels then. I was gonna do the blackouts on the wheels, but now I just figured out that if you go to auto select, you can select the layers. So I just figured out that on my wheels layer, I will go completely black. Because we're gonna merge the wheels with the shadow maybe. I'm thinking for the next chapter, putting the light this way. So let's do the shadow for now. Let's do a new layer so I don't screw up the whole layer. And let's do a path for the shadow. That will be catching up from here. This definitely will touch. Go Yeah, let's make it dramatic. Okay, something like this. This is going to be called shadow. And we're going to do it like this. Then we're going to put it behind the body and pull up the opacity on the wheels. So this is what we've got right now. Trying to keep it organized, trying to keep everything where it goes. These are the blackouts. So we can start with the next chapter. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're learning something new here. And see you on the next chapter. So, chapter 4. Guys, as you can see, I got this shadow here. That it was here on the last chapter. I don't want to skip anything and think, oh, this guy is skipping the whole tutorial and then the car is done. So I'm just gonna take away the shadow for a minute, trying to think about a little bit more dramatic view for this car. So since it's like a really low car and really racing type, so you gotta think about like a more dramatic render. You gotta think about the environment around it. How is it gonna be? So everything ends up affecting the car a little bit. So say for example, if this was an SUV or some other type of car, the whole lighting will be a lot different. Maybe it will be more into an exterior sun reflecting, or I don't know, snow, grass, stuff like that. But for this car, since it's like a racing car, then you got to think about what do you want for it. So I'm thinking just in a studio environment. Think about like a professional photographer, more or less, and think about where would you put the lights on, right? So I'm thinking just a big light. Just checking the layer. Just a big light comes here. Big softbox coming here, and then maybe a secondary light. I don't know if this car is like in the pits or something like that, and then so a lot of light will enter from this part, and it will create maybe a dramatic shadow, something like goes like this, right? So this will be our main two lights, but as you know, if I do this, then everything here around the front will be completely dark. So we don't want that. So think about, you have like a small spot, not spotlight, but just a soft box going here and doing some light that will hit the car this way. But it will not make any shadows because it's a very soft light. So more or less, that will be my environment, or what I'm thinking on this car, right? So let's try to bring that to life, and let's get started. So we will get rid of this guy because it's going the other way around. As we talk, it will go like this, and we will kind of improvise as we go. So this chapter is all about light and shadow, right? So you don't want to think about for now as a reflective surfaces. I know cars are very reflective. They're almost like mirrors when you see them with the Fresnel effect. But think about for now just as a matte surface, what will catch light and what will catch shadow. So in this case, I will go to the body. Think about as a matte surface. Matte surface. Mate is a mate, soulmate. So just get started. Don't be afraid. Headlamp wheels with or choose greenhouse. So greenhouse out. Trying to make it pop out. So I'll take out the black parts. Okay. So we've got something. We've got our lighter color, but I'm not really convinced about it, and I will tell you why. We're going too white. So when you're going too white, and then you have to put highlights and contrast and all that, then you're already white. So there is no way to go further than white. So always try to get into a tonal value. Actually, what we're gonna do is just make the body color a little bit darker so we can expand our range. And at the end, you can always go white. You can always go lighter. So about the lights, the light will go here. As you can see, I'm a path freak, so as I always said it, if you got a different technique, please feel free. Right now I'm doing just a path. And I will go out of a group, of my base group, okay, and start going lighter. So we'll take away this guy. What else would be light? Obviously, as you can see, these surfaces are really catching light, and as we defined before. So all these guys are catching light, sure thing. Let's go to the path, brush. Okay. We've got this. What else will be catching light? I'm adding a new layer just for you to know, because it's never too much layers. It's never too much. You can really, at the end you can merge them. So don't worry if you're adding too much layers, then you can merge them. That's what I do actually. I merge a lot of layers I use. Okay, so this thing is definitely catching some light. I'm thinking how it should go. Yeah, something like this. Again, think about you're having a matte surface or a matte car. Don't focus right now on reflections and highlights and all that. Think about you're going into a primer, and then you will put the clear coat on. So this is catching light for sure. A little bit less here actually, because remember where our light is coming, right? The hood will definitely catch light. So again, don't think about the shadows. right now, at the moment. Something like this, real quick. And we go to the greenhouse, we delete this, make sure we have a clear window. So for the body, I think this will also catch a little bit of light. Okay, so it's starting to pop out. That's what I wanted. Let's see. What else do we have that can catch light? This is definitely too hard edge. We want something like that. This surface will catch light and will catch shadow after. So just think about it. The way I'm going right now, you can see that my path is really weird. I will add a new layer again. It's never too much layers. Okay, so okay, I think I'm in a good way now. Let's see. This thing, I didn't notice that I have in the body. I need to erase this because this is part of the wheel arch. You will see a little bit of tire there, something. So let's take it away. And okay, great. And then we'll put it on the wheel layer. We'll just make it black. All right. So now we are with our lights. What else is catching light? This is definitely catching some light. Whoa. This is definitely catching also some light. So what else have we got here? I'm gonna erase a little bit. You can see that I'm erasing this. This is because I will come then with a shadow layer and it will erase. So it doesn't make sense to make it light if we're going again with shadow. All right, we got our body with some light. And I did it wrong. Sorry guys. I did it the wrong way because I was on the wheels layer. Yeah, that's why you have to really be careful with this kind of stuff. Okay, The advantage is that the second time you always do it faster, and almost always you do it better, so don't be afraid to repeat. Okay, great. So we are here, and let's see, I'm erasing this part. So I'm gonna merge all these layers because this is my more or less my lightning here. Not very happy about this guy though. Okay, it will change definitely. So now let's do another one. Another one that will be for this gray part. This gray part that now that I see it is also a little bit too light. So we're gonna make it darker. And now let's think about how the light will affect this part. So I'm thinking all of this would definitely be more light all the way here. Okay, so I make a path, and I'm in the new layer, and I will go lighter. And then erase, and then you've got black parts, erase, and then we erase a little bit here. Okay. Then we have this part. This is definitely catching some light, maybe not as much as the other guys, but will catch some light. And then we have the spoiler part. Yeah, I'll go like this. I'm thinking of changing this to body color because it's too much of a dark front. So this guy will also get a little bit of light. And we go to black part layer, invert selection, and we got this. This is definitely going to be darker. Okay, so more or less we've got our light. And the next thing we need to do would be adding light to the wheels. So let's get started. There are many ways to do this. I don't know if I'm choosing the correct way. Maybe it would be a lot easier to do a circular path, but I'm already with the path tool and it's working. So if it works, it's okay. All right. So we got this one. Let's see. You will see it's darker, but it's not. Okay. And then, whoa. We will erase. Think about it's making shadow on the wheel arch, so it will not be that dark. Okay. So this is our tire, but for the wheels I'm gonna leave it maybe till the end, because I still don't know what I'm doing with them. I don't even know if I like the design of the wheels. But when you're doing exterior design, you almost don't worry that much about the wheels, because you don't want people to focus on your wheels instead of focusing on your design. You know, you gotta be able to think ahead and try to make people to focus on what you actually want to do, you know, what you actually wanted to show or to sell. So at the moment, if I'm selling an idea of this car, I'm not selling wheels, then don't worry too much about the wheels. I mean, of course, it's a car, it's got to have nice wheels, but it's not your main focus right now. Okay, so we are more or less here. Let's make something that I always do to my cars is in the wheels. You gotta grab an eraser, and I mostly try to do it with hard erasers. To make some stands. Just try to be really subtle about it. Don't focus too much, because it will maybe change when the light comes. So the thing is that these kind of cars you have to represent that they have like really powerful stance, you know, that they can grip to the ground. So sketching this kind of stuff, as I said before, is about selling. So you gotta sell your clients the illusion that this car automatically, when you see it, you see that this sticks to the ground, you know. So yeah, not pretty happy about it. I'm thinking I'm leaving it for now. Let's maybe work a little bit on the shadow. Maybe it helps. Let's see. Something like this. Let's go to this layer. Oops. Okay. Now let's soft eraser. and kind of blur that shadow away, because you know, the closest it gets to the object, it's darker, and the further it's lighter. So let's blur the shadow a little bit. This will maybe go somehow like this. I don't want to make too much shadow in this part, because I wanted to represent a really low car. So something like this. Go again. Whoa. And paint. Okay, now we've got something. So let's get started with the shadows. But wait, before this, before the shadows, I this part is bugging me a little. So let's work on this part for a bit. Try to make it like a lip. Okay. All right. So this part, I think I will go make a body color. Just yeah, just like that. Not really convinced either. I don't know what to do with that lip. I like to dim the lines, but with the color it's not working. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it like this. So waste of time. Let's get it done. So the shadows again. We're gonna make a new layer on top of this one, and we're gonna do the same as we did with the lights, but with the shadows. So which are the parts that are gonna catch more shadow? This is definitely one, because it's all contrary to the light, so this guy will definitely be darker. Almost black. It's the same with the white. You don't want to go like completely black, because if you do that, then you have no turning point, or there's no way you can be darker than black. So it's the same. Try to keep it like that. Now let's work on this part. It'll definitely be darker. This part is tricky because it will be darker, but it will also be lighter here because it's catching some light and I didn't notice. So for sure, this is something that in next chapter we will try to detail a lot more with reflections and shadows and cast shadows. So this will be darker. What else will be darker? Let's see. This would definitely be darker because it's contrary to the light source. So okay, and erase. Let's make a new layer because I'm affecting the other guys, so real quick. And erase. And don't be such an exaggerated guy and doing it so hard. Okay. What else would be darker? This definitely, all this part. I'm actually gonna select this part of the black parts and make a new layer and go for it. Make it darker. Can make it even darker in this part. And then I'm gonna select blackouts. Where are my blackouts? Here. And I will delete. Okay. So we've got all this. Don't worry, also don't worry about this. Sorry, these parts that are looking white. This will change because we'll definitely detail more this guy. So it's starting to pop out of the screen. That's good. Let's merge these guys. Merge these guys. So we got shadows. We got light on the tires. We got lights and lights. So now let's work on the light body color for the shadows. We gotta go darker than that. So I'm thinking maybe this. Okay. And what else is catch and show? It's not that it's catching shadow, because the shadows we're gonna detail a lot more, but it's the parts that are just not catching enough light. So all these parts go really quickly, really quick. Let's see what's going on. Sometimes I gotta zoom up. I'm trying not to zoom up a lot because I know you guys are watching the tutorial, so I don't want to be like zooming all the time, and you will be watching just pixels. So yeah, trying to be careful with that. This is shadow. This will be definitely shadow. All the way. Kind of trying to define the surface, how it's going to work there. So it's going to look like that. And this guy will definitely catch some shadow here. Just a little bit. All right. Let's see what else. This, don't worry about it. I'm thinking of having a detail here, like an exhaust on the top or something like that. You know, like a Porsche 918 stuff. So let's see. Let's see if we can manage to do that. But for now, I know this part that it's curving here will definitely be more shadow all the way. Because remember, our main light will be on the top, so this guy wants to go darker, but not that dark, because we've got another secondary light. I'm gonna make a new layer for that. I don't want to mess it up. And okay, so light will come this way. So now it looks like dirty, but this will change once we start adding highlights. So okay, I think we're going in a good way. I think this part is a lot more shadow. We want to keep this part darker, so let's make it darker. Okay, let's see, something like that. Then go to headlamp, erase, and okay. So let's save. Always don't forget, file save. And what else? I think this part will be darker also, but not sure yet, because it's a tricky part. It's catching light here, and then it's dark, and then it's catching light, and then it's dark. So it's a tricky part. The surface is a bit tricky. But let's just try it out. Can make it a bit darker. Yeah, something like that. Okay, great. So now let's keep on going with the wheels to finish this chapter. Detail the wheels a little bit, and okay. So let's see. What is this layer bothering us? Shadow layer. Don't worry about it for now. I think I will take this. This is a light. As I said, you don't want it to ever want to focus on your wheels, so try to keep it simple. Don't overdo them, or don't try to make these super awesome chrome wheels that will take out the tension on the whole car, you know. Because if you're designing wheels, then you will have to make the whole design on the wheels, you know, like a detailed design on just the wheels. So it doesn't make sense to go too far with the wheels. Let's close this guy. Let's see. We got. Come on, man. Close. Okay. So let's see if this works. Gonna put our layers back in, and then do a lighter color. So I'm trying to get some light. Not working. As I said, I need to keep it more simple than that. We'll come back and detail them at the end, but for now, I think you just gotta take these parts. I think the wheels on the car is like when you're designing tennis shoes and you have to do the shoelaces. There's always trouble, and it's such a small thing that doesn't deserve that much of attention, I think. But anyways, we gotta do it, so let's just work it out. As I said before, I mean, I will maybe, I don't know, do this and skip it in the tutorial, and then, hey guys, these are the wheels finished, but I don't want to do that to you because maybe it helps you. So okay, I forgot one. Come on. Okay, I think we got, let's save this path. Maybe you never know, so let's say rims or wheels, depending on the country, but okay. Now we put this guy, deselect the path. Work on the brush. Okay. It's getting there. Make it darker here. A bit darker here. So we've got something on our wheels. There will definitely be more detail once we finish the car. I mean, or you can also paste some wheel image if you think it's best. I think for now it's okay. Let's work on this guy. And so real quick, let's go to the rims path and do this thing. Okay, so we got this, and let's put up our layer, brush it. So I think this will be the end of this chapter. We're putting light and shadows, and next chapter we'll see how to start detailing the highlights and everything on this car. I hope you like it. Okay guys, so this is our chapter 5, highlights and reflections, right? So here's what we have. We have talked about how the shadow will be, how it will maybe affect the car and all that. And we've talked about the lighting. So I would like to, since this is a chapter of detailing, I'd like to start by working a little bit on the background. Try to make something that suggests or justifies where the light is going and the shadow is going. So don't make too much effort on this. It has to actually come like in a really natural way. So what I will do now will be just putting some light here, then invert that selection and start putting some darker environment color, maybe something like this. This will be our darker area on the left, right. I mean, on the left top corner will be our darker area, and we'll start working our way more or less like this. So if we take away this, then you get this suggestion that I was talking about, right? So do not deselect it and try to be very subtle about it. Don't say, okay, this white square is where my light is going, and just try to be subtle about it. Don't suggest any type of walls or any environment just yet. You're just doing something like that looks more or less like this, right? So then again, don't put too much effort on it. I will let's try to erase this. Try to blend it a little bit. Okay. Not really convinced. Anyways, I think I will just get a little bit more contrast on it, so try to apply some darker color going around here. We will change it at the end. I mean, it's gonna evolve as everything else. So if you go to filter, and we want to do some motion blur, just real quick. This will help us. This can help us blend. And let's see, blur, Gaussian blur. Also, don't make it super blurry, because then it looks undefined. Just try to keep it like that. Something like that. And let's see, work path. Let's call it, I don't know, background. For now. We have too many backgrounds, but this is more or less. Alright, so let's get started. Since this is the detailed chapter, we got our pads on the rims. I'm taking it farther on the rims because I was not really convinced about it. So you need to push until you get what you want. Okay, so I'm making another group This group will be called light and shadow. And making the base group. This is for you. I normally don't name the groups, but it's for you to get more of an idea of what we have right now. And I'm taking away the wheel arches layer now. I don't think we need it actually, so we can erase it. Yeah, let's erase it first. Whoa, no, not the group, the wheel arches layer. Okay, and wheels. I'm not being picky with the wheels, so I'm kind of wanting to have something like that. Okay, so we go again to this, and we go on top of this layer, and we start with our details. So I will go to Edit, Stroke, and create a, I don't know, 20 pixel stroke, maybe this gray, and from an inside, let's see. Okay, too big. Every time I do a stroke is really difficult to know because the size of the file it's depending on this. So I don't know, this is maybe 5. Okay, 5 looks good enough. And let's see, with the burn tool, what we're gonna do is just try to keep it real. So try to remember where the light comes from and where the shadow is. So more or less something like this. Also, don't forget to push this. I didn't have them because I didn't need them, but now I need them a little bit more. And I'm gonna erase as it comes here. Now maybe it bounces, so it's erasing here a little bit. Okay, so now we got this profile, sharp, and we're gonna work on this part, the back part. So again, burn tool, I'm trying to get, this will be my lighter part, because all the light is basically going through this part. So, and this, I want to keep it really making some contrast. Let's see, something is happening with this shadow. I know. Something I don't like about it. Okay. Let's see, what is this happening? Okay, wheels here. Okay, just a little bit of detail. Okay, so now we got our wheels. And then I would like to take advantage of this path that we made and make another layer and make a bigger path. A bigger stroke. Lead stroke. Then let's see, something like this, and make it, now this time we'll make it 20 on the inside also. Okay, and just take a soft eraser and kind of make the deepness of the wheel. If you want to go more into detail, just remember this is actually the back wheel. So basically all of your attention has to be in the front because of this perspective. If we're going to focus on the back, then you should have taken a back perspective, but now I think it's okay. So all of our attention will be here. All right, so we're doing this. remember your light is coming this way, so this is the part that it will be darker actually. So come like this and just erasing the detail here. Yeah, something like that. Maybe I'll go a little bit darker here. Yeah. Okay, so we got our wheels more or less, and there's something we haven't touched since the beginning of the tutorial, and it's the greenhouse. So the greenhouse, I think we will start detailing. The greenhouse, I leave it, since it's glass or it's a transparent plastic or smoked plastic, then it's got a lot of reflections and a lot of highlights and shadows. So try to go with the surface. You know, if this surface is like this, try to go with it. And we're gonna have this. Something like this. And we're gonna make a new layer. We're gonna go just greenhouse again. We're gonna go almost white. Sorry. Something like this. And big eraser. Sorry, I did it too fast. So big eraser and just soft eraser and try to do it like that. And then I think we're gonna, because you see it's reflecting the wall, so you may want to keep a little bit of the color of the wall. Okay, now we've got the glass here, it's okay, so we save. And let's see what's happening here actually, because what's happening here is that I'm gonna make a new layer. You get this light here. Sorry, again, you get this light because it's reflecting the whole background, right? So you get the light on the background here, and you get the car reflections. So this will maybe take us some time to manage to work with it, but should look something like that, I think, for now. Not really happy about it. Let's see. Okay, let's erase this guy, because this guy is giving us trouble. So greenhouse, let's just put it dark. And now we can make a new layer, choose the white and go for it. So now, since it's going, the light is going this direction, then you have to, this will create like a shadow here. But you gotta be really subtle about it, because you don't want to make it look like an air intake, because the air intake is actually just near it. So this will be the reflection of the car, and this will be Not really convinced, huh? Let's try it like this. You know, most of the times it's like this, actually. It's a really, you gotta try it different ways. Try to make it stick, try to make it work. And if it doesn't, then you can always leave it and come back. Because I think I will do that. Because it's not working. And still, I mean, right now it's looking okay. So I'm maybe leaving it like that. Let's see. We'll see after that, but it's not working like this. So, if we keep working on this, we will see that these parts are maybe too gray, right? So they need a lot more contrast and a lot more of definition, because here we got a surface that you cannot see, so it needs more light and more shadows, reflections, etc. Let's see. Light will come and hit like this. Right? Something like this. And now I'll go to black parts and try to erase this. So this is going to be my reflection now. And if we go here, we're gonna have the same thing but in darker color, right? Because it's hidden shadow. So what we do is take, wow, this looks nice actually. Like an air intake there. But nah, it's not gonna happen. So something like this. I'm making a new layer. And try to blend it out. I don't know if you notice, but all of my brush strokes are going in the direction of the surfaces. I don't know if I said it already, but still, you gotta try to work on the direction of the surfaces. It's a lot easier to to understand the shape if you do it like that. So you can see. Okay. And now you're gonna get here some contrast. New layer. I told you I was a layer freak, so I think by now you're not surprised about it. Yeah, trying to work like this. Okay, and here, this part is really tricky because it's a surface that goes like this, actually goes down, like this. So and this guy looks like this. Okay, I think I did a super large path for what I wanted to do, but still. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've started with this part. I'm working my way all over to the front. Again, this is not like everybody has to do it, just this is the way I do it, because I want to keep the best detail on the front, so I gotta work my way to it. So I'm making a new layer, and this guy is gonna be something like this. Yeah, I told you I made a super big path for what I wanted to have. Okay, but it's working. And let's see. No, it's not working. This thing is wrong. Sorry about it. I'm gonna erase this path, redo it, because this guy comes all the way through here. Okay, so this will go dark. This will be like a cast shadow from the top surface, so it will be a bit darker. Yeah, something like this. And now, this guy has to be a clean surface here. So, trying to work it out. Okay. Yeah, I like the result so far. So, I'm saving and then create a new layer and work on the highlight. You may ask yourself why a highlight, or maybe not, but every radius that you make, it has a highlight, even if it's in shadow. So it might not be as, I don't know, as this highlight here, but it is a highlight, so it has to have some sort of radius, right? So I'll choose not this color, but this color. And try to work my highlight here. I don't know if I created a new layer for this. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now let's work on this guy, because this guy is getting hit directly by the light. So it will have some sort of lighter color here. Yep. And make a new layer. And then erase. So as you can see, my way of working is like create a path, new layer, make it hard, and then erase with a soft eraser, and you get this. So save for now. This intersection will give us some trouble, but we'll manage to do it. Okay, this part here is definitely getting hit by the light, right? So path, sorry, new layer, and eraser. Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's almost nothing, right? But it is something, and it's defining our car, so it's getting nice enough. So we have this. Then if you like what you have by this time, right? I think we have all these layers. Also, not the greenhouse, so ignore the greenhouse now. We have this layer, this layer, this layer, this layer. Just commit to it and merge them. Okay, I'm merging them. If you want. If not, you can group them. It's up to you. I mean, it's no problem. Okay, so now I merge this, the greenhouse layer, and I merge this, and I will continue working. So make a new layer, and my path here. Okay. So I'm gonna choose black, even if it's not gonna be black, but this is getting shadow, right? And the thing with this is that it's getting shadow here, but this part here, it's getting light. So light comes all the way, hits here, and bounces here. Let's choose another color. Hits and bounces. So you will get a reflection here. So now what I will do is just erase the dark. So now you get the reflection. And let's work on this guy all the way through here. Okay. Oh. So this guy is also receiving some or catching some light. And then we will make a new layer and start working with this. Whoa, battery. Don't worry. Not that much. I mean, it's catching some light, but not all the light. So, it's the same process. I do it and I erase. And then I get this gradient. That's more or less defining how the surface is going to behave. So now we have this part, which is kind of detailed. We'll come back to it for sure, but for now it's getting somewhere. And let's have this part. So this is the bottom part. So you must think it will be completely dark like this, but it really catches a little bit of light from the ground. So it's the same process, it bounces the light off. Let's just try to rework on it. Not that much light. Come on, man. Okay. Just a little bit. A little bit of light. And for this part here, this part catches more light. So yeah. Make a new layer, maybe better. Okay, and then this guy is in the shadow, so it's a tricky part. Not that much, maybe here. Yeah, something like that. I don't know, maybe I'm lowering the opacity to I will make it a little bit darker. Okay, now I like it. So, save. Let's see where we are right now. I'm gonna take a step back, try to see what we have, see if it's working. I think it is, but there are a few things that can be improved. I honestly, there is something with this diagonal, like diagonal line, sorry, that it's somehow it's too much. It drags your attention straight into that. So what we're gonna do is trying to work it out. Let's select it. Is she part of the light and shadow? Yes, she is. Okay. I'm taking it away from that, and I'm also taking it away from here. At this point, you can go to the lines layer. If you think, I mean, if you want to try something, you can go to the lines layer and start erasing some of the lines, because as you can see here, remember we had this part that was too fragile, so now that I don't need it, I don't need that line that goes there and there, as well as I don't need this line that comes here. So what I will do now, I will lock again the line layer, and try to work on something for this part. I'm improvising, honestly. There's something. If there's something you don't like in your design, then you must change it, because it's your baby, so you want it to look good. Okay, new layer, and okay, yeah, it looks, for me it looks better. I don't know about you guys, I hope you're not watching the tutorial and saying like, hey, this is my favorite part of the car or something like that. I don't know, for me I think it works. I think it really works for now. So it deserves the same treatment as the other guys, so we're gonna put some light on it. And a little bit more. No, not that much. So trying to fix it somehow. Okay, I see what's going on here. This we will correct with some highlights, but what's going on here is that this guy's going all the way, and you don't want to communicate that. So what we're gonna do is just try to push this guy all the way through here. Yes, an advice, you always have to be careful with these diagonal lines or stuff that creates triangles or stuff like that, because it really is, it really calls, it's an eye catcher, so it really calls you. I don't know how to explain it, but it tells you like, hey, look at me, look at me. So you just gotta be careful with what you're doing, and that's it. If you want to have it like a really strong point, really triangular thing, then do it. But in this case, I didn't thought it was working, so I changed it. Okay. Somehow I like it better. For me, I don't know. Shall we commit to it? Yeah, I think we can commit to this. Okay, so let's keep detailing. We're not done. This guy here, it's a big radius now. It wasn't, but now it is. So we're gonna make this guy a little bit like that. So you can see that it's maybe too light. We're in a darker part of the car, so you don't want it to look too light. Just a little bit like that. No, not working. Okay, so now this part. This part is a tricky detail because when I started the card, I wanted it to be some contrast color or something that also catches your eye. And I'm thinking of making it like, you know, yellow or red, or it kind of remembers the Mercedes from the 80s, this Sauber Le Mans Mercedes, that it's all gray and it has these yellow mirrors and yellow characters. accent color was the word I was searching for, sorry. Again, not mother tongue English speaker, but yeah, something like that. But I'm not gonna make it now. Right now we're gonna stick with what we have. Gray tones. Okay, let's see. Not working. So we've got our exterior path here, and we're gonna have to do the interior. It's like an offset, right? And this better work because I don't want to lose so much precious tutorial time in trying to work on these kind of details. Although they are important, but we still have all the front, and we haven't even begun to do the lighter part. So yeah, I was thinking of having something like that. Those two, yeah, it's working. For me, I think it's working. I will select that, make a new layer, and go with a darker color here, a lot darker here, and basically the light will be this part, more or less. Something like this. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like it. It looks too square for me, but it's because of this actually. So let's just fix that and continue with what we have. Let's see if we can fix that. No, not this way. Okay, I think this way is better. Now, to fix this kind of stuff, I usually what I do is just copy the color, try to go really subtle, try to do the same as you have, and try to blend it, but in a good way. And then erase a little bit. Alright. Yeah, it works. At least from far away it works. So let's just focus on the front for a bit. I'm not really happy with the front. I'm always having this trouble, and I think I know what is going on. Is that this curve is just hanging there, and this. So we're gonna change the design while doing or while dealing with the front. We're gonna try to stick with it. Let's just draw the path all the way through here, maybe. I will explain you why I'm doing this when I figure out what the hell am I doing. But now I think this will come in a good way at the end. Let's hope I manage to figure it out, because I wasn't happy with it, and as I said before, if you're not happy, then why should you continue? So this guy comes like this, goes maybe through here. Can it be? Yeah, let's hope for that. Okay. It's new layer, and we're gonna have some light coming through here. And also some light here, and not so many here. Something like this. I think I like it a little bit more. This front lip is also not very nice. So I'm gonna unlock the lines layer and just try to erase this old line, which I didn't like. Try to figure out what shall we do here, because this guy will come all the way through here. We'll go through here. Now let's put some light there. Because I'm on the lines layer. That's wrong. That's why I lock it, because I don't want to have these kind of mistakes going along. Okay. So I think I'm starting to like it more, actually. But this one doesn't go all the way there. Good. So what I did was making this a little bit more simple. And for this part, we will see. For now, let's make a new layer and create this path. Create a new path and work on the air intake real quick. Something like this. I'm just checking the perspective. I don't want to make something that looks really wrong, because it's a bit more delicate when you don't have all the lines planned and you're improvising as you go. So I don't want it to look like it's improvised. I want it to look good. Okay, this is looking good. This is too much light, way too much light. So let's just go through here. Yeah. Same process over and over again. I want to get this curved effect of the spoiler, but it's getting a bit more and more difficult as we go. So it needs to go through here. Okay, I'm gonna pick a smaller eraser make a new layer, new path. Work on this part. Because as you can see, the darkest point is right there, and the light will start hitting as it comes through here. So you don't want to have it all in light, because first of all, it's a dark colored material, and second, it's getting some shadows from there. So let's leave it like that for now. We're gonna have the same process around here. Something like this. This lip, I don't know. I kind of want to change stuff, but let's see, what is this? Okay, so all the way here. Let's just pull this guy. I'll try to pull it in a little bit. Hope I'm not destroying it. No, it doesn't. Okay, we'll get back together with this one. As you can see, it's like I challenge myself, and then I cannot do it, then I go back, do something else, and then I return and try to do it again, and that's more or less the process for me. But if we don't challenge ourselves, then we're gonna end up with the same car as everybody's doing, and we don't want that, since we want to have something that looks good, but that also looks new and innovative in a way. So now this guy here is the front spoiler it's got this bend here at the end, so the way to represent that will be filling it dark and then just erasing and having this rebound light that goes from the floor to here. So this way you will notice that the light bounces back to the spoiler, and it makes this lighter. Okay, and let's make a new layer, and let's make a shadow that will cast around here. To this part real quick. And let's soften that up. Always remember, your brush strokes have to be how the surfaces are behaving, so try always to match the surface. And let's go to layers and go to our base group. Try to get this black parts, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new layer and try to darken this up a little bit. Also this guy, a little bit more. And just erasing. Okay. Just notice we don't have the spoiler band around here. So I will make it real quick. Because this part is the part that is going to be more into shadow, so you don't have to worry that much. I mean, you have to, but not that much. So I'm going to just go ahead and make it a bit darker. Okay. Starting to come out. The front, I still see it's too complicated, but starting to get what I want. I'm maybe thinking on changing the body a little bit, going all the way through here, but not for now. Not for now. What I will do for now will be just trying to get this lip more defined. Get a bit of light and then shadow it. Light again. It's not working. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make it darker. Too much lip. I'm thinking I'm maybe going all the way through here. Again, guys, this is always changing, trying to evolve your design as you go. Okay, new layer. Yeah, maybe this guy can work like that. I think it justifies a little bit more than this lip sticking out. Instead of a lip, looks like a tongue, and it doesn't look too nice. Okay. So now that we have that, I'm gonna have to go again, and do the shadow here. Okay. And the light. something like that. Okay, it's evolving. We're gonna make a second part of this video for the white part. Not the white part, I don't want to call it white because it's not white. Maybe white at the end, but can be blue either. So even, sorry. I'm gonna continue with the second part of the video, so I will stop right here and continue with the second part. Okay guys, so let's keep working on this detailing part. Now we have more or less defined the black part, and we're going to continue doing the light part or the light gray part. We're going to try to analyze just a little bit before we go. So let's call this guy from here to here will be the dark part, and yeah, let's just put the wheels on dark. Okay, so we got the dark part, light and shadow, and our base group. So if we analyze what we have right now, we have, I'm gonna put it in red, a light source coming here that is pointing here, and it's casting a shadow in this area, right? We have a top light, let's say a softbox that goes here, and we have our secondary light that will go here. So these are light sources, and since we know that already, it's time for us to continue with the main body. So we're gonna go with the main body and try to imagine how the light is gonna go, where it's going to reflect, where it's going to bounce, where it's going to affect the surfaces, etc. So let's say, for example, if it goes here and it goes all the way through here and it bounces maybe here, right? So you will get a kind of a reflection, small reflection here of this part. Then, I don't know, try to analyze what's going to happen. You know, light rays come all the way. So if light ray will hit us more or less here, this will be our lightest part. And then this part will be a contrast part, and then here will be maybe darker. And it's the same if the light goes here, it will rebound here, and this part will be lighter, and this will be darker. So more or less try to analyze. Take some seconds, take even minutes if you want, to analyze where the light goes, light source, how it goes, how does it affect, and try to blend it in your drawing also. That will be the light source, right? But you also have this part, that it's like our environment. I don't want to say this is a garage or a pit, like a pit area where the car is in and the light is coming from here. I don't want to say that because I wanted to keep it abstract, but my idea was to represent something like that. So if you guys want to go ahead and draw the whole environment, it's up to you. For now, I think we have enough time already in this tutorial to do this car. So now, as for the environment is darker, right? So the environment will hit some contrast area and will affect some reflections that will be seen here, maybe reflections that will be seen here, and obviously we already have this one here, but this one will maybe continue, go all the way through here. I'm making a mess of the car, but it's just to explain more or less what I'm thinking. And also the environment will reflect, maybe this part will be affected by the environment, and it will affect also a little bit on our dark parts, but not that much because this is a matte surface, so just keep that in mind. Also, you got to think about the car. So that I'll put in yellow. I'm doing this explanation really quick, just to show you like how do I imagine things before I start rendering with Photoshop. So the car. So you got the light source, and the light source obviously casts shadows. So if you go here, you will have a darker area that goes here, because it's the shadow of the part of the roof and the greenhouse that will be casted here. It will also be reflected here, so you will have like a reflection of this part is bouncing into here. And think about this part, so wheel arches, right? The wheel arches will be hitting here. So here you will have a reflection of your wheel arch. And here you will have shadow, right? So you will have light that bounces here. So it's the same, it doesn't affect that much. Let's see, what else do we have? Well, we'll have a rebound here. You know, if you know a little bit of physics, you will understand that it's like this mirror effect. So you don't want to draw like the reflection of the reflection, because it's just a sketch and you don't want to waste that much time. But you will have something. And obviously here, since the light is coming from right to left, you will get some shadow casted here for sure, and same here. So this is more or less our analyzed drawing that it looks like I am 3 years old and I don't know what I'm doing, but just think about it like that. Also here, so if the light comes here, it will maybe cast a shadow in this surface, okay? And this is going to reflect here. So here you will have a darker area that is reflecting the wheel arch, or the wheel arch housing here. So we've got a lot of stuff going on, because the cars, as you know, are really reflecting surfaces. They are really, really clean. So they are not like made out of sculpture, clay, or wood, or something that it doesn't look like a really clean surface. It's a metal sheet with a clear coat. So having that in mind, I will just put it here as reflections and how do you call it? Shadows. Having that in mind, we will start working with our car. So let's think about it. This guy. Right now I'm doing a little bit of highlights. Try to think about how how it affects the surface or how it goes with the surface. So think about the highlights. How is this surface behaving is what I wanted to say. Like, where is it curving? Where is it going? Or so it goes like this, and then it comes back. Like that. Okay, so we've got a path here, and we made a new layer. Let's see, how light can we go? Remember not to go all the way through white. Okay, so I will erase this one because it's not helping. I will do it in a separate layer. Okay, and let's. Oh, damn! How many times I've done this? Okay, let's do a separate layer and go with this guy. Something like that. Then we'll go here and you must be thinking this is maybe like the I don't know, third chapter of Light and Shadow, but it is really not. You will see what I will start doing, because this is not just light and shadow, but it's also reflection. So think about like I said, think about how the surface is behaving. Try to imagine where it bends, how it goes, where it catches light, where it catches shadow. Okay, so this is a rebound, and this guy. Okay, trying to give it more contrast. Okay, so we came to this part, which is a tricky part, because it's got so many stuff going on. So you go like this. We're gonna make a new layer for this one, because like I told you, it's a tricky part, so let's go ahead and make a new layer. And bring out the eraser. Something like this. And now we make again a new layer, and we brushed just the radiuses to give it this metallic feeling. Just like that. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is just going to be like a highlight or a reflection on the light, so I will make a new layer. I don't know if you've noticed, but the highlights since I started on the beginning, when I was like in chapter 3 maybe, the highlights and the shadows are becoming more and more hard, as you can see here. So this looks harder than it used to be, you know, it was like a matte surface or something. Okay, so for the wheel arches, which is another tricky part, I think we'll do something like this, maybe. Let's hope it works. So I'll make a new layer. Again, try to make the brush strokes as you imagine the surface is going. So I imagine this guy's somehow like this. So my light source is hitting the here, and I can imagine this bounces somehow somewhere here. Okay. So again, with the brush stroke, I'll go something like that. I'm not really happy with this one. Nah, it will evolve somehow, so don't worry about it. Okay, we've got this, and also we've got this, guys. So this is a tricky part, because I have the line here, but I never intend to do this like a super hard corner. I wanted to make it a highlight or make a big radius there. So let's see if we can do that by just getting it here. And let's go all the way through here. I can't get the curve done. Okay. So we're gonna make a new layer, and I don't want this to be hard edge, so I'm trying to blend it as much as I can. Something like that. I will see if I can take away the line here. But also I don't want to take it away because it's tricky. Because if I lose this, then I will lose my hood and then everything will look wrong. So yeah, it's a really tricky part, but let's try it out anyways. I don't know. I'm not getting really convinced about it. But it doesn't look too bad also, so just gonna erase this one. So again, try to imagine the highlights. Imagine how it can look. These guys will be receiving or catching some light in a way. Whoa, always new layer, damn. So it's starting to pop out a little bit. And now let's have it here. We have this highlights, and let's try to make or imagine some reflections, some darker reflections. So I will go ahead and make here a dark reflection. That's not dark. Okay. Something like that. Can work, but I'm not completely sure about it. Okay. Wheel arches. These guys will have some of the darkness. Let's go a little bit darker, just to play a little bit more into the contrast game. Something like that. Okay. This guy, I noticed that this guy is getting thicker and thicker, and we don't want that, so I will correct this before it's too late. I wanted it to be like a really simple surface, so let's just correct that for a minute. Let's see. Okay, let's continue. Here we've got a lot of dark with this guy. So this sorry. This guy a little bit darker and receiving some stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with the result so far. It's starting to pop out the screen, and that's good. This guy will be a little bit darker than the others, not so dark. Because it's casting a lot of shadow. I think I'll try to make it in a new layer to be able to erase. Because it's also reflecting, so yeah. Okay. So as for these guys, they are also getting darker. And let's see, because I went to the headlamp layer and something happened. So what we're going to do is just duplicate that layer and bring it on to the top, because for now we want this. So okay. And let's do the thickness here. Okay, make a new layer. and make a new layer. Let's work on this guy for a bit. This is like a really tricky part, and the disadvantage of this is that it's the first thing you will see in the car because it's a front three-quarter, so you can make the whole perspective for people to look at this point. So let's try to make this part right. Give it some contrast. Some light rebound. Okay. That's safe. Like I told you, they start getting more and more defined. Let's work on the reflections of the roof for now. You gotta go all around the car, trying to figure out what's going on, trying to figure out what are the reflections doing, what's reflecting, what's light, what's just fantasy even, because this is a sketch, so you don't want to make it look like a picture. You want to make it look better. Something like that. Okay, it's coming along. Let's save this, make a new layer. And let's give it a little bit more contrast into this part. Okay. Now we have the greenhouse, and let's make a new layer and see what we can do with the greenhouse, because it has to have some kind of reflection here that goes all the way and defines the surface as it is. So right now I'm ignoring the exhaust thing that I wanted to do. I don't know if it's working, so I will just ignore it for now. Try to make this work. Here it's making an S. So try to avoid exactly this. This is not communicating what you want on the surface. So I will show you. This surface, it is supposed to go like this and then like this, right? So what I'm doing here with the highlights is not communicating what I want. So this is kind of making you look that this goes maybe like this, and we don't want that. So let's erase this for a minute. We have a path, so with the path we're gonna make a new layer, and we're gonna work on just the greenhouse real quick. Greenhouse, select inverse, and I think I got something maybe. Yeah, it's just reflecting the car. So with the hood, we're gonna have here, it's this part is so tricky because it reflects everything, and you don't want what I said before, this mirror effect where it goes and bounces and bounces and bounces. So this guy will be darker. Just pick the color. And this guy here will be reflecting the wall here, your background. So you gotta know how it will behave. Just real quick. Okay. Okay. Try to make a different surface here. Let's see if it works. Just to give it a little bit more contrast. More definition to this hood part. This guy here is not working that much. Just leave it like this for now. And I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna try to imagine how the shadow is casting from the roof to this hood surface. So it will be something like that. I'm gonna go to the greenhouse, erase that, and try to think about how it will behave. Okay, so take a step back, take a look, analyze what you need. I definitely need more contrast on the hood area, mainly on all the front area. I'll basically work on having more contrast. So let's see. I'm gonna make a new layer. First of all, let's regroup a little bit. So all these guys we can merge, and yeah, So this will be our darker areas here. This guy is part of light. Okay, so we've got what we want, but we need to work a little bit more. It's definitely, we're going to make a new layer and try to define a little bit the hood. So try to imagine how it goes, where it starts, where it ends. Okay. This guy's gone crazy. Oh. Okay, this helps. Definitely helps. And what else do we need for this undefined part? Should we do a little bit? No. So maybe we need to redefine the cast shadow that goes here. Okay. This area here, this area is definitely darker. You don't want to focus that much in this area because you want to focus here. So we'll work on that later, but we need to make this darker for sure. Let's make a layer. I'm just thinking on doing a last highlight here. Something like that. So let's save this for now, and Let's see what we can do. Okay, it's looking better. There is something that's messing with my head a little bit, and it's that the greenhouse, normally when you see it, it's got these darker parts normally. So I will just stroke it, I don't know, 10, and make it totally black. Okay, let's stroke it. It's never on the first time, never works. 20, okay, now it works. Did you see what I did, right? I did this darker part so it looks like a... Because windshields and glasses normally have this kind of serigraphy. Serigraphy is it called? I don't know, sorry about that. I honestly don't know how it's called. Okay, let's continue. Now what we're gonna do is try to imagine the highlights, like the actual reflections of it. So we're gonna say, for example, this part, right? This part's gotta have a dark highlight that will look something. Sorry, let me close this. Okay. This, we're gonna make a new layer for this, and we're gonna just paint it dark for now. And so this part will be reflecting the tire, so it's darker, right? If you take a close look to cars, and you will see that they're full of this like zebra shape, sorry. Getting my Mexican accent. Okay. Also here. So these are just kind of reflections on the surface. You will see. Obviously, they're not going to stay like that, but this is a trick that it kind of defines my style in a way, because I haven't seen much people do it. Actually, I haven't seen anybody do it like this, but you gotta have your own style. So I'm just showing what I like to do to these parts, because I like to imagine how it reflects on the paint. Sorry, wrong keyboard letter. So something like this. I will have it also here real quick. This will be the reflection of the wheel arches on the hood. So it can be something like that, maybe. you will have also something here. Come on, we're almost done, man. I don't know if you already know what I'm doing, but if not, don't freak out. We're gonna get it right, I think. This one we're gonna stroke it. Okay, and this guy will come here. Okay, so we've got this. We're gonna lower the opacity a little bit. Or, I don't know, let's try duplicating it, hiding this one, and try erasing it instead of lowering the opacity. Because this way you can get the a better feeling, maybe. I don't know, I'm thinking getting a better feeling like this. Maybe working, maybe not. But so far, so good. Okay, now we lower the opacity a little bit. These guys, man, always giving me trouble. Okay, so we save this and we go ahead and try to make the same, but with the highlights now. This will give your car a lot more contrast. Something like this. Try to go all the way. Okay. Let's make it like super. Not getting into the white yet. Not yet, not yet. Okay. We can try it out like this on this one. And maybe new layer and try it out here. Just really quick brush and then eraser. forget about paths or anything complicated. Just brush it. Erase it. Okay. And last guy here. This guy, it's like it's getting hit by so much light, so you gotta really represent that, you know. Make it pop out. Okay. So I think we're done with this chapter finally. We're gonna keep on detailing the car, keep on trying to get some gaps on the doors, the exhaust system, stuff like that. Maybe change the color, detail more of the wheels. But for now, I think we are almost done. Let's give this guy a little bit more darkness. I'm getting a little bit obsessive with this fender here, or this, not fender, wheel arch. So the new layer, and just make it dark. The thing is that it is reflecting the whole dark wall here, so I want it to be, to represent that it's reflecting. But I don't want it to, at the same time, I don't want it to be so dark that you take a look all into this part, because I want this part to also be like that. Okay, I think we're basically done with this chapter. I think it's gonna be the longest, so guys, really, I will strongly advise you to take a rest. It's not working. Let's do something funny. All right, so this is the end of this chapter, and take a rest, and we will continue with the next chapter and try to detail this car a little bit more, make it till the end, I think. Thanks a lot. All right, guys, so final touches. Now, this chapter will be, I think, the final. Let's see if we can manage to give the car those final touches. I need a few things. I need a little bit more contrast, so we'll get there. And I noticed that I'm getting too much light here in this area. So let's see. This area here, it's getting reflections, dark reflections. And since the light is coming here, we have the shadow of the greenhouse on the roof here, and then we have to have a little bit more shadow here. And I'm thinking maybe that some of the light rebounds from here and hits more or less here. So with that being said, let's see if we can give the car a little bit more contrast. We're gonna get with the shadows. I'm just thinking something like this. Let's make a new layer. By now I think you're very familiar with the process, so I'm going just a little bit faster. And let's darken this up a little. Since the light is coming through here, we don't want to darken all that much. But we also need to be careful with the brush strokes, because we're giving this part of the hood the shape of the hood, so we don't want to mess up with the shape of the hood also. So I'm thinking maybe something like that, a little bit. And whoa, sorry. I'm selecting the greenhouse to erase this part and giving it from here a little bit of light. So we go out a little, and I think we're almost there. Okay, let's see, what else do we need? I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm going to select a hard brush and try to achieve a little bit of more contrast here, giving this a metallic or chrome feeling. I mean, we know the car is not chrome, but we want to give it that metallic feeling. So right now I think that helps. As you can see, I'm going like pretty rough right now. I'm not using lots of pads. And I'm trying to get this final refinement or final contrast, and see if it will work. Okay. Now a little bit more here. And now with the soft eraser, we're gonna have to try to achieve this chrome feeling. Careful, don't go too soft, because you don't want to have these kind of patches that look soft, because as we talked about, the cars have this clear coat feeling, so if you go too soft, it's gonna look like it's made out of a cushion or a non-metallic surface or non-hard surface. So we don't want to get that kind of feeling. Okay. Then we've got here. So what I'm doing right now is just erasing. So as you can see, it's like almost nothing. You may think that maybe it's no difference, or it doesn't look like I'm doing something, but trust me, it really does. Let's see. Okay. And here we give it just a little bit. Not happy with it. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I think it's getting along. I'm gonna make a new layer and try to soften up here. Let's see if it works for us. I'm gonna go to the greenhouse again, erase, and now just like that. I'm just looking at if it's helpful or if it's not working. So I'm thinking maybe this one, it doesn't make sense. Let's see. Okay, this guy here is too much, so we're going to take it away. Merge the layers, so you see there's a difference. Okay, now let's see what else we can do. We can start detailing this part, which this guy, it's a part of the exhaust. So the way I was thinking this goes, okay, it's just not so hard. Maybe it catches light here. I leave it like that because I thought at first I was gonna do it black, but then I thought it's gonna be a weird black intersection here, so I didn't want it to, this part that I like, to be affected by this detail or attracting too much attention. So now I'm gonna take ellipse and transform the selection. So you go to select, transform selection, and this way we can actually adapt this guy. We press enter, new layer, and this guy will be completely black because it's a hole for now. We're gonna select new layer and we're gonna create a stroke. Let's see, like a really almost white stroke, and no, 20 pixels is way too much. Let's try 2. Okay, it works. So we go to outside. Okay. And now below those 2 layers, I'm gonna make a new layer, and I'm going to go again to my circle, select transform selection, and I'm going to try to make the exhaust part. Okay, a little bit like this. Okay, I think for now it's okay. And I will paint it gray. Now, since it's a metallic part, I'm gonna make it where it catches the shadow and reflections. So here it's going to be, oh sorry, I need to make a new layer for that. And paint this, erase, and go again here. And erase. Again, try to match the brush strokes with the surface you're painting. This helps a lot, I think. So something like this. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and make a new layer, and now make it almost white, and try to achieve, like, get where the light is coming, where the reflections are coming. I mean the white reflections, obviously. And we're gonna go and erase. Sorry. Like this. So this maybe gives us the effect of the exhaust. So now this guy is gonna give us a little bit of deepness, maybe. I'm thinking on going dark gray for this. Yeah, a little bit less. It's not working. I'm making a new layer on top. Okay, and now I'm erasing this part. This way is because even though the light is hitting from this angle, you're gonna have a little bit of feeling of deepness in this hole. If not, it's gonna look like too flat, and we don't want to have a hole that looks like that. So this way, what I'm doing is getting this feeling. Okay, so this works. Now what we're gonna do is go all the way to our first layer, which was this one, merge them, and then we have the exhaust in a separate layer, and we're gonna select it, make a new layer, and stroke in black. And let's see. Okay, good. Because this will give us a feeling of a separate part. Okay, it's working. For me, it's working. Let's see what else we can do. This guy here, this layer, maybe we can pull it off and make it a little bit more contrast. Okay. Good. Then we have almost all we want. Just notice that since this guy is getting, it will get a little bit of shadow here. You have to analyze your drawing a lot. Always your sketch, you have to analyze it and try to. You can always improve it. That's the problem. I can stay here and make a, I don't know, 16-hour tutorial improving this sketch, but there's a point where you need to finish it. So this is what we're trying to do in this chapter. But I just noticed that this was catching a little bit of, or casting a little bit of shadow. So I'm going to pull it back a little and erase that. Change the opacity for a bit, just like that. It works better. Okay, good. Then we have this, and now I think we need to detail a little bit on the greenhouse. No, on the greenhouse, sorry, on the headlamps. So we're gonna go to our headlamp layer, and we're gonna make a new layer, and we're gonna try to work on the headlamps. So for the headlamps, I'm thinking on making a new layer, dark gray, something like that, and then we're gonna define more or less like a hole, but it's not gonna be red as a whole at the end, but at the beginning you gotta start like defining the housing of your headlamp, right? So this guy will go maybe something like this, and we go to paths, and we make it dark. Okay, so now we have like this hole or housing for the headlamps. This is where the end of the headlamp will be. So now that we have this, we're gonna make a new light bar. You've seen maybe Audi or BMW or all these fancy car brands that they've got these things called light bars. So we're gonna do it here, which is like an eyebrow of LED. So we're gonna make a new layer, make it like this, and we're gonna have maybe something going here. Again, the same deal with the wheels. When you go and design headlamps, you tend to not attract too much attention to the headlamp than to the rest of the car. So normally car wheels, headlamps, and accessories like that, they are designed by separate in a design studio, because you don't want to attract too much attention to it. Alright, so I'm thinking something like that, and we're gonna make maybe a path with path with the shape of the actual part that lights the light. So I'm thinking something like this is square U form, maybe. Hope it doesn't look too outy. I'm gonna make a new layer, select that path and stroke. Again, stroke it. Maybe this time I go to 4. And okay. So now I want to maybe the path I had was working. Okay, yeah. So I'll make a new layer and try to imagine the inside of this part. Not that clear. So I'll do it separately because it's not working. So for this inside, it's gonna go like this, maybe darker, maybe darker. And then this part something like this. Is it working? I think it's more or less working. Now we have this guy that goes into the vanishing point. Something like this. Okay. So now I think we have more or less our headlamp. This guy, I'm thinking of making it darker. Maybe something like this. Making a new layer and making a little bit of light here and there. Not so much. Just maybe lighter. Whoa. Nah, too soft. Try not to go too soft. I tend to do that, and I think it's a mistake when you go way too soft. That nothing looks defined. So try just not to go too soft. Okay. So I think we're almost there. We have also this detail, and maybe we go ahead and make it part of the headlamp, I don't know, or just a hole. Okay, I'll go all the way and select. Let's see if it works. Yeah. So this guy maybe would like to be darker. Okay, now we've got this, and I'm gonna make a new path, go all the way up to make it light, because it's going to follow the headlamp shape. As you guys already know, headlamps are more or less 3D shaped. So we can make this. Erase. Okay. Maybe what I will do here is just go for a little bit of, okay, I'm selecting this and this, and I'm making a new layer on top. I'm going a little bit bluish. Let's see if we can manage to work this out. And we go to filter, and we go to motion blur. Maybe something like this. Don't over exaggerate it, just really something like this. Nah, I don't like it. It looks nice, but not nice enough. So we're gonna go and stroke it. And blur it. Blur, Gaussian blur. Not that much. Something like this. And we're gonna make the same and make it completely white. Paint it and blur it. Okay, so now we've got lights. I'm gonna save, and I think we will go to finalizing the image. I think we've got almost everything. So we're gonna go to our lines layer, and we're going to make 2 copies. Then we're gonna hide this one, and we're gonna make this copy full opacity. So you can see we've got our lines here. So these lines will help us with the contours. So if I go to levels and I make my lines white, I will have contours. So that's a trick that I've learned that helps me a lot. This way I don't have to go and make all the contours and all the gaps. So what I do now is just take my eraser and erase where I don't think it deserves a contour. Because where it's hitting the light, it's going to be white, and where it's not, well, you don't need it. So try to imagine where the light hits. Say, for example, here. Here we need a little bit. Also, you can change the opacity of the eraser if you don't want to go 100%. So you want to erase it but not completely, then you change the opacity. And let's erase all this stuff. And it's going to give us this feeling. As you can see in the bottom, we don't want that. So, but here maybe we want a little bit of these tricky lines. here we're gonna go smaller, something like this. Okay. So as you can see, I've been erasing a few lines. Also, don't overdo it. Don't make it everything with a white contour, because you want to let people know you draw it, but it doesn't have to. You don't have to take the lines or stay with the lines. You don't need it. So just something like this. Here, for example, light's not hitting here, so all of those you don't need. Also here, too much. Maybe here also is too much. So again, try to be sensitive about it. Don't do it too much. It's just a fine detail, it's not. So here's the difference. Lighten it up. And I just noticed on the back tire I have this thing that I don't like too much, because the light is hitting here pretty intense, so you want to go full white here, almost. The light is hitting intense, the floor is almost white and it's reflecting, so I think the tire here has to be, for sure, lighter. And the problem with gradients is that you get this kind of difficult to blend shape here. It's not gonna work. Okay, I think it's enough, not too much. Yeah. Alright guys, so we're on it. Now, what we need is, let's take a final look. Now the car is almost done, let's save. And what we're gonna do is just remember when I told you that I like to paint in black and white, everything really monochromatic, and the reason is because now you can start changing colors. And this pops up your drawing. For me personally, I like them like that. But if you want to do right now a green car or a white car or a, I don't know, yellow car or whatever, now you've got your base and you can just go ahead and say, for example, you select the body, right? And you make a new layer all the way on top, just not in the lines. Let's put these two lines and make a new layer. And let's say, for example, you want it, I don't know, red. So you put red. Then, since you have your file pretty much in good shape and organized, then you can do this. And headlamp, take it away and erase this. Okay, so now you've got this. Now you can go and say, for example, if you multiply, you make it dark red, and if you overlay, then you make it light red. So I have to say it looks it looks good in red. Now you can press Command U or Control U, and you have your hue saturation here, and then you can make it if you want pink, purple, blue. So you guys just go ahead, choose your color, and feel free to change. This is why I do it in black and white. So then you can go here and change the color. If I have done it in red, I wouldn't be able to go back to yellow. It wouldn't be taking me too much editing and too much problems to get it back to yellow or to blue, for example, because it's different hue or gamma that we're talking. So let's say, for example, I don't know, Kawasaki car here. Anyways, so you've got plenty of colors to choose. Feel free to do this. I think I will go something like this, maybe. Okay, and then you've got also your, this thing is bugging me, sorry. Shadow. The shadow is not going into perspective, right? So it makes the car float. So what we're going to do is we're going to soften up here. Okay. Now you can also go to your background and change your background. So let's say, for example, we duplicate this and we go to colorize and we can make it different colors. Obviously, if you make it, I don't know, red, then you will go, I don't know, let's make it blue to make it noticeable. It's blue, and then you have to go here and create some blue reflections on it, right? So let's go. It's not working. Let's go with screen. Okay, but again, it's your choice, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and just erase the color layers. I'm not, I'm gonna leave it to you. Got this and this guy here. I'm gonna name it color and leave it to you in the Photoshop file, so you can change. Also, be careful that now the exhaust has been painted, so careful with that. I'm gonna go and maybe make it white. So what I'm gonna do is select my color layer and go with this and overlay. Okay. Now, for finalizing the image, you can see that you've got all this, but as you know, we're in Photoshop, so we've got photo editing features, right? So I'm going to go to the greenhouse and make it a nicer color, just to see if we can achieve this. Have you seen the new Le Mans windshields that are like Cooper chrome? It's amazing. I love that. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, something like that. It's actually, they're darker. Something like that. And then, as I was saying, you got photo editing features, right? So if you go to image, you can go to adjustments and control all of this. So I like to make masks. Here's how I do it. First of all, I will do a new layer, and let's see. Go to the focus point and paint it black. You're probably going to think, what is he doing? But you will see now. Then blur it, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Blur it a lot. Something like that. And then we're going to overlay this one. Okay, so it's going to give us a lot more contrast on the part you want to see. It's all about where you want people to focus, right? So if we do it like that, and then I'm going to make the same with a white, so it's going to give more contrast. Overlay. All right. Now we've got this silver car. You can notice that it's like a silver car here, that it's been hit by so many light that here it reflects almost white, but you can get this feeling. So I like to achieve that feeling. Now, as I was saying, you go to masks here, and then you've got lots and lots of stuff. So you can go to exposure, maybe exposure a little bit more, and gamma corrected, so you can make it a little bit. And the good thing about this is that it's a mask. So say, for example, if I go and make a, I don't know, brightness and contrast mask, right? And I pull up all the brightness, but then I'm thinking it's too dark here, then I can erase just this part, right? Or I can lower the opacity of the whole mask, or I can do whatever I can with this mask. So I'm going to erase this guy, and this, I'm going to lower it a little bit. And I'm going to go to one of my favorites, which is the color lookup. For me, it's basically one of the best filters in Photoshop, because it saves you so much work on getting the right colors to the image, right? So say, for example, you go here and you choose any of these filters, and it makes a mask, and you can go from there. So say, for example, I choose blue tone, right? So I get this blue tone, or one of my favorites would be, what is it? It's turquoise sepia, right? It's really nice. But let's see, for example, lightness decrease. So it decreases the lightness, right? Or increases the lightness if you want. But the good thing is that you've got a mask here, so you can erase the mask. So if you edit, you're actually not damaging the image. You're just erasing the mask, which is quite good, I think. But let's erase this one and let's go again. Color lookup. Let's choose turquoise sepia, right? So this is basically one of my favorites. It makes the sketch look super nice, and obviously you never go full intensity with it. But what it does is it balances the colors. So if you had maybe, I don't know, something reddish and something that it looks yellowish, or here a little bit red, so it balances everything to make it like the same palette. And I basically love these filters. Let's go and see some others just in case you like. I like this one, fall colors. It makes the image a lot warmer. So it depends really on what you want to achieve. For this one, I think I like futuristic black here for this car. I'm starting to like it. And now what we're gonna do, like right now, final touch. First of all, we're gonna go ahead and color a little bit our wheels, the center locks, just a little bit. Oh, sorry. I don't know about you, but I love the red center locks on the cars. So right now I'm just giving final details. It's not, I mean, like I said, you can go here and be 6 hours tuning your image, and you will see it the next day, and there will be something that you want to change, because it is like that, and it's supposed to be like that. You always want to improve. So I think it looks kind of nice. Maybe this one's way too much. Okay. So we've got our finished car here, and what I was going to do is actually, this guy is gonna go below the filter so it all matches, and I'm gonna select a big brush and go blue for the shadows. So we're gonna choose a blue that it looks more into purplish blue, something like that, and dark. We're gonna go to the shadow part. We're gonna go all the way to the shadow part of the car. So I'm thinking something like this. And now we're gonna blur it. Filter, Gaussian blur. And we're gonna overlay and leave it really, really subtle. Don't go too far with it. Okay, something like that. And now, for the light part, either you choose, if you want it to look more into futuristic look, then you choose a cyan color, or if you want something a little bit warmer, then you choose this yellowish going into orange color, and you choose it for the light. So now you say filter, Gaussian blur again, and you overlay it, and you make it something like that. All right. Now final touches. Like I told you, I like a lot the Sauber C-Class from the 80s. I really like that car, Mercedes Sauber. It was actually driven by Schumacher at some point. So I'm gonna make a little bit of tribute here. Choose this color to this parts. I don't know if I should be doing a... I think I should be doing a path, but I don't know if it looks good yet. So I'm thinking maybe it doesn't look that good. Let's see. Nah, just gonna leave it. I'll leave it to you guys. I think it's okay. Now we can go ahead and crop the image because I think it's too wide. So I'm gonna crop it more or less here. Try to give it a little bit of composition. And it also looks too purple. So, like I said, go really subtle with this kind of stuff. You don't want to go full. Alright, I think we're done. Anyways guys, thank you so much for watching this tutorial. I hope it wasn't too long. I hope of course you learned something new. And thanks a lot. See ya.